do to others what they want done to themselves. And Lord, bring peace to our troubled world. We pray in your great name. Amen.
Will you please join me in reciting the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the privilege order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the provision order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Homeland Security, Troy Edgar of California to be Deputy Secretary.
President,
Senator from Iowa.
my message today is to the administration and particularly to President Trump, who is very forcefully enforcing the immigration laws that were not enforced in the last administration. A message about bringing justice to some people that have been harmed by the previous administration. On January the 20th, President Trump's first day in office, he signed the executive order that's called Securing Our Borders Executive Order. His executive order properly instructs the Justice Department and the Department of Homeland Security to, quote, fulfill the requirements of the DNA Fingerprint Act of 2005, end of quote. Now that's music to my ears because I've been involved in that issue in regard to the kids that have been lost in this system of immigration that the administration, previous administration, has not been able to follow. So I said, music to my ears. For years, my oversight has sounded the alarm on the Border Patrol and the Department of Homeland Security's failure to fully implement the 2005 DNA Fingerprint Act. So I have a lot of whistleblowers come to me on different subjects. So 3 whistleblowers, Mark Jones, Mike Taylor, and Fred Wind, disclosed to their superiors that the Department of Homeland Security wasn't following the 2005 law. In other words, they were not fingerprinting the young people that they were supposed to be keeping track of. Specifically, these whistleblowers disclosed the government wasn't collecting the DNA from individuals encountered at the southern border like the law requires. As you might expect, because it happens to so many whistleblowers, instead of being thanked for pointing this failure, the Department of Homeland Security and Border Patrol officials retaliated against these whistleblowers. That's why you hear me say so often that whistleblowers are very I'd like to say they love their country. They want to see their government just simply enforce the law. And then we find out, as I'm going to show you, how they're treated like a skunk at a picnic. Mr. Jones and Mr. Taylor had their law enforcement credentials removed, and after 30 years of federal service, Mr. Taylor lost his law enforcement retirement benefits. All 3 were subject to harassment. The Office of Special Counsel has the power to investigate and did investigate and substantiated their whistleblower disclosures and that retaliation occurred. President Trump and this administration, moving so forcefully to see that the laws are enforced, ought to appreciate whistleblowers that are telling the truth about the government not carrying out the law. In this case, I'm asking President Trump to immediately remedy the situation of these whistleblowers. Last year, how I became acquainted with a lot of this, at least the details of it, I hosted an oversight roundtable with these whistleblowers. The roundtable exposed that the Department of Homeland Security and Border Patrol failed to take the DNA of the individuals charged with the tragic murder of Rachel Morin, despite having 3 opportunities to take those fingerprints. Had the Biden-Harris Department of Homeland Security and Border Patrol done their job, there's a chance that Mrs. Morin would be alive today. This executive action couldn't come soon enough, and so that's why I'm pleading with President Trump or his staff to follow up and make sure that justice is brought to these 3 whistleblowers. And then the president is going to see that the law is enforced. And so I don't have any doubt about the president seeing that this law is carried out in the future, because full compliance with the law will make our borders stronger and our citizens safer. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
and my kids in college and high school and
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in just a few short weeks, President Trump has restored order to the southern border. If initial reports are accurate, approximately 8,450 illegal immigrants were apprehended trying to cross the border last month. Not long ago, Border Patrol would sometimes apprehend that many illegal immigrants in a single day. In a single day. With less chaos, Border Patrol can focus on the criminals, cartels, terrorists, and traffickers that are used to try to hide behind the surges. And that makes our country safer. But we have more work to do, Mr. President. Illegal drugs continue to plague too many communities and take too many Americans' lives. More Americans die of drug overdoses each year than Americans who died in the entirety of the Vietnam War. The New England Journal of Medicine estimated that 22 teenagers died of overdoses each week in 2022. That's an entire high school classroom lost every week to the scourge of drugs. And so many of these tragedies are from a lethal dose of fentanyl in a single pill. Fentanyl that can frequently be traced back to the southern border. Mr. President, this crisis is affecting every part of the country. We've seen it in South Dakota. Police in Sioux Falls seized enough fentanyl to kill 2.5 million people last year. Law enforcement reports that the cartels have a presence in our area. And the price of a single pill has dropped from $40 a few years ago to $5 per pill today, largely because of increasing supply. I'm grateful for the men and women in law enforcement and first responders who work every day to save lives. And we need to help them get these drugs off our streets and prevent more overdose deaths. The President is already taking major steps to halt the supply of drugs flowing across our borders. And later today, the Senate will vote to begin consideration of the HALT Fentanyl Act, which will provide law enforcement with a critical tool to combat fentanyl. Until a few years ago, the fentanyl analogs that have killed so many Americans were generally classified as Schedule II substances, meaning they were less tightly regulated and violations carried lighter penalties. And if a particular analog was moved to Schedule I, cartels would slightly alter the chemical composition of their fentanyl, equivalents to avoid a crackdown, changes that made those drugs no less deadly. But in 2018, President Trump put a stop to that. All fentanyl analogs were temporarily reclassified as Schedule I drugs, enabling law enforcement to go after the people bringing this poison into our communities. Congress has extended this provision several times because it works, but the most recent extension expires at the end of this month. And it's time that all fentanyl analogs are permanently classified as what they are, the most deadly kind of drugs. Our colleagues, Senator Cassidy, Grassley, and Heinrich, have put forward a bill to do just that, expanding on Senator Johnson's leadership in this area and Senator Graham's good work. The HALT Fentanyl Act would permanently list fentanyl analogs on Schedule I. Doing this will help law enforcement keep pace with the evolving threat, fentanyl, that is driving drug overdoses in our country. And it has backing from a number of state attorneys general and from law enforcement. Attorney General Bondi has endorsed the bill. And it has bipartisan support here in Congress, including bipartisan co-sponsorship and strong bipartisan votes in both the Senate Judiciary Committee and in the House of Representatives. Mr. President, I'm also proud that this bill has come to the Senate floor through regular order. The Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing on fentanyl where members heard the heartbreaking stories of lives taken or changed forever by deadly fentanyl analogs. The committee held a markup and reported the bill to the floor by a bipartisan vote of 16-5. And now we're going to have a debate on the bill here on the floor of the United States Senate. And I hope that in the coming days we will have a productive process to make a law that will save American lives. And so, Mr. President, I thank Senators Cassidy, Grassley, and Heinrich for their leadership on this issue, and Senators Johnson and Graham for their work as well. And I'm looking forward to sending the HALT Fentanyl Act to President Trump's desk soon. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Democrat leader,
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
without objection.
Well, Mr. President, last night reports came out that President Trump is preparing to sign an executive order to end the Department of Education as soon as today. If this report is true, this would be one of the most destructive and devastating steps Donald Trump has ever taken. And the main victims of this decision, American children. The right here is why every single Democrat said hell no to the nomination of Linda McMahon. That this is why we did it. She's an education secretary. Linda McMahon is an education secretary who personifies nails on the chalkboard. I've never heard before of a secretary who wanted a cabinet job solely for the purpose of detonating the very agency she seeks to lead. I've never heard of an education secretary who wants to give every teacher in America a rotten apple. But this is where we are. These are not just metaphors of the moment. They're the perils of the present. This would be horrible for our schools, our school leaders, our families, and the children Secretary McMahon is supposed to serve. The blast radius of this order will harm nearly every child, every teacher, every family, and every community in the country. And don't forget, defunding education means property taxes will go up to make up the funding gap. Homeowners are about to get blindsided by the toxic brew of seeing their property taxes go up while seeing the quality of many schools that depend on funding go down. But nobody will suffer more from Donald Trump's decision than our kids. Almost 90% of the students in America attend public schools, and they will suffer because of what Donald Trump is doing. Why? The Department of Education is a lifeline for public schools across the country. It's particularly strong in rural areas because there's not much choice. There's one school in the town. With federal funding, many rural schools would vanish and some schools would crumble at the foundation, literally. Education is the best investment for turning a struggling community around. With good schools and without the funding to support these schools, our children will be hurt, our country will be worse, the notion of the American dream will fall by the wayside. Rural schools will be particularly hard hit because rural communities often have only one school in the area. And if that disappears, the communities will deteriorate. Kids with special education needs will be left out in the cold. Public school teachers, already worked to the bone, will be thrown into chaos. Class sizes will explode. Job training programs will vanish. School districts will be at the mercy of state budgets that already struggle to fund education. And the albatross of student debt will become insurmountable for tens of millions of Americans, many of whom come from working families. Every single one of us wants our schools to do better, our students to perform better, and eliminate wasteful spending. Education reform is necessary. But to make things better, to improve education, you do not use a chainsaw. Using a chainsaw will make things worse because it doesn't discriminate between the funds that are needed and the funds that may be unnecessary or should be redirected. Erasing the Department of Education in the blink of an eye is not what education reform looks like. Donald Trump should immediately reverse course before he causes irreparable harm to our students and our classrooms. Again, let me just repeat that you do not hire a secretary whose very purpose is detonating the very agency she seeks to lead. That makes no sense. Now, on Social Security, I want to point my colleagues to a profoundly disturbing report this morning in the Washington Post. This morning, we learned that the acting head of the Social Security Administration admitted what many of us fear. DOGE is calling the shots, and their mistakes are going to put benefits in danger, Social Security benefits in danger. Listen to these stunning quotes from the acting head of the Social Security Administration. He says, quote, "Things are currently operating in a way I've never seen in government before," unquote. He says DOGE are, quote, "outsiders who are unfamiliar with the nuances of Social Security programs," unquote. And he admits, quote, "they will make mistakes." Well, that's unacceptable. Social Security is perhaps the most sacrosanct program in government. It's helped seniors and people with disabilities for close to a century. And now, for the first time, DOGE is putting Social Security benefits in real danger. And the American people are frightened and outraged at the same time. DOGE is spreading outlandish lies about fraud and waste that we all know doesn't actually exist. They're cherry-picking data to spin a fantasy detached from reality so they can, again, use that chainsaw. Social Security is the last place where a chainsaw should be used. Mr. President, the Senate, Democrats and Republicans need to wake up to this crisis. It's a disaster waiting to happen. I urge my Republican colleagues, are you all fine with this? Are you comfortable letting Elon Musk and a bunch of inexperienced people bulldoze their way through Social Security benefits? Mark my words, if DOGE's chainsaw approach leads to people missing their checks, the uproar from people back home will make all of Washington, D.C. go deaf. And let's not kid ourselves. This is all part of the plan for Donald Trump. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and DOGE are coming for people's security benefits. They want to hide behind the boogeyman of fraud we all know doesn't exist in order to justify stealing people's checks. And they're already doing it. Cutting 7,000 employees from SSA is a benefit cut. Closing field offices and eliminating customer service staff is a benefit cut. And I am alarmed this only might be the beginning. I yield the floor, note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the American people know that our government is too big and it spends too much. The American people want to see an end to this wasteful Washington spending. They want Washington to work for them, not for Washington. President Trump shares those views, and he wants government to work both efficiently and effectively. He is putting a stop to waste, to fraud, and to abuse. Democrats in this body are now, believe it or not, threatening a shutdown of the government of the United States. Shutting down the government is not an outcome that President Trump wants. It's not an outcome that any of the Republicans want. It costs money to shut down the government, and then it costs even more money to open the government again. These shutdown Democrats, they're acting irresponsibly. And why are they doing it? Because they want to defend the wasteful Washington spending that has gotten the American people so upset. But what kind of waste have people been finding? Let me point out, Mr. President, what we've been seeing that President Trump and those working with him have been able to find in terms of government waste. $2 million to develop sustainable recycling models in the Balkans. $19 million on biodiversity conversations on biodiversity in Nepal. $47 million to improve learning outcomes in Asia. $1.5 million on, quote, voter confidence, close quote, in Liberia, Africa. $21 million for voter turnout in India. That's why the Democrats want to shut down the government. They want to continue this reckless Washington spending. They want to stop Republicans from pulling out, rooting out the waste, the fraud, and the abuse. This government runs out of money in 8 days. We need to pass legislation to get beyond that. But more and more Democrats in this Congress are calling for a shutdown as this deadline nears. Here's a headline from Politico this past week. Democrats are serious about a shutdown. Here's another from The Hill this past week. Democrats digging in against full-year CR as shutdown deadline ticks closer. Senator Andy Kim of New Jersey said, yes, Democrats would shut down the government. Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, who is a member of the leadership of the Democrat Party, said Democrats will use every possible tool to stop President Trump. Senator Jeff Merkley from Oregon, what did he say? He said he's open to shutting down the government. Democrats in House leadership also refused to come to the table and negotiate a spending deal. The Senate should reject these reckless efforts. A shutdown strains Border Patrol agents. A shutdown strains our military, because we know, Mr. President, that Border Patrol agents and our troops will have to work regardless, and they won't get paid during the shutdown. They get paid later, but not during the shutdown. It makes it very difficult to make ends meet if the paycheck isn't there at the end of the week. These brave men and women should not have to pay the price because Democrats hate President Trump. These people make enough sacrifices on behalf of keeping our nation safe and secure. Congress should be willing to make sure that they get a paycheck, not get caught in political games. Make no mistake, Mr. President, the American people want President Trump's urgent action. They want it to continue. President Trump is doing exactly what the American people voted for. Democrats calling for a shutdown are failing the American taxpayers, they're failing our service members, and they're failing our Border Patrol agents. They sat on their hands during President Trump's inspiring address to the nation the other evening. They opposed the common sense changes that Americans voted for. If there is a shutdown, Mr. President, it will be driven by and directed by the Democrats. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Democrat Whip.
Mr. President, it's my understanding that the new Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, made some money on the professional wrestling business. At least that's what I was told. If that's true, she clearly is ready to rumble when it comes to cutting money for American schools. It appears that the foreign medical research. How can you build a greater nation by reducing investment in schools for kids and closing down laboratories that are developing cures for diseases? From my way of thinking, that's exactly the opposite of what we should be doing as a nation. Of course, I want to stop waste, fraud, abuse, inefficiency. We're all signed up for that. But eliminating the Department of Education, the press reports that People in this administration are jubilant at the idea, closing down a whole federal agency. But what of the impact of that closure? What about the money that's going to school districts in Illinois and across the nation? If there's a cutback in federal funds for our school districts, and that would be part of eliminating the education department, that will put more pressure on local property taxpayers to pay more for the schools, or to cut back on the salaries of teachers and increase the number of kids in the classroom. How can that be good for the future of this country? How can you build greatness by closing down schools or increasing the number of kids in the classroom? Penny wise, pound foolish. It's ridiculous. It's not the only area. The National Institutes of Health now, I've talked to the researchers in Illinois and from across this nation. They're at their wits' end to figure out what to do. This is the leading medical research agency in the world. 99% of all the new drugs, you know all the drugs you see on television? 99% of all these new drugs started at the National Institutes of Health, a federally supported agency of researchers who set the standard for the world in medical research. And now they're facing closure of many of their laboratories because of DOGE and Mr. Musk. So they want to cut money to schools, they want to cut money to medical research. My way of thinking, that is as short-sighted as can be. You can't build a great nation that way. But that's not the only research. Mr. President, I want to tell a story about a young lady whose name is Jeannie Klein Gordon. Jeannie grew up on a dairy farm in Oregon. During her undergraduate years at Oregon State, she became interested in plant pathology, or the study of plant diseases, and spent time assisting with research at the USDA Agriculture Research Service. I really appreciated the environment there, Klein Gordon said, working at ARS during her undergrad years. Everybody was super nice, very passionate about science and agriculture, and helped growers. Then it was on to 5 years of doctoral work at the University of Florida, before moving to Michigan State University for 2 shorter postdoctoral stints. From there, she applied for a position as a research plant pathologist at the National Center for Ag Utilization Research in Peoria, Illinois, commonly known as the Ag Lab. Here's what she said: I spent 11 and a half years to get this position, and I got the position of my dreams. This is my dream job. Jeannie Klein Gordon moved her family from Michigan to Peoria in December of 2023 and set out to work on research projects. She recently focused on red crown rot, a disease that appeared in Illinois in 2018 and presents a significant threat to the state's multi-billion-dollar soybean industry. The team's experiments look to develop products for farmers to fight the disease. That all ended on Thursday, February 13th. Klein Gordon's employment was terminated by email at 10:05 p.m. She was 15 months into a standard 3-year probationary period for government scientists. She wasn't alone. Other ag labs across the United States lost their researchers as well. You know what else? And this is not unique to this young lady. They put on the termination notice that these employees were terminated for poor performance, when exactly the opposite is true. They were receiving awards for achievements that they had witnessed and been part of in a short period of time. They were probationary employees, but they were on the track to become full-scale senior researchers. And now they have been terminated, and it's been announced it was done for poor performance. Why would Elon Musk and the Doge group want to put poor performance on this? So it disqualifies the employee from receiving unemployment insurance. Poor performance, when it's not true, is now going to be part of her resume record. The good news is the courts have stepped in and said once again, the Trump administration has overstepped in closing these jobs down. You know, this ag lab may sound, and I described the projects, they sound so far-fetched you wonder, would we really miss that? Can't the farmers take care of themselves? Well, the honest answer is they need help in research, good research, and the Ag Lab in Peoria is one of the best. Most people don't know it, but the Ag Lab in Peoria is responsible for one of the dramatic breakthroughs of the 20th century. They helped to develop penicillin during World War II. Penicillin was known before, but it just wasn't developed to the point where it could be administered when a person needed it. It was the Ag Lab in Peoria that took up that challenge. And as a result of taking it up, penicillin was available for our troops in World War II and saved countless lives. Is research worth it? I think it is. Whether it's ag research or medical research at the NIH, it is fundamental to our future. And these researchers, they don't make a fortune. This young lady put 11 years plus into her education so that she'd have this opportunity to come to Peoria and the Ag Lab. And as far as DOGE is concerned, she's expendable. Just another probationary employer. Let her go. And incidentally, on the way out the door, stamp poor performance on her resume. So she has to answer for that, the rest of her applications. Why? To deny her unemployment insurance. Well, I think that's cruel, and I think it's short-sighted, and I don't think that it builds greatness. Mr. President, on an unrelated topic, they cheered. Everybody in the chamber, Democrats and Republicans, cheered when the president said that the Mexican cartels responsible for fentanyl coming to the United States are now going to be characterized as terrorist organizations. I joined in that cheering because I know what fentanyl is doing to this country. We have a bill coming before us this morning. It will extend the coverage of fentanyl analogs, which in chemical terms means somewhat related to fentanyl, but not directly. They're going to be put into category, a dangerous category, as they should be. We've extended that over the years. I don't think that's enough to end the fentanyl crisis. I think we need to do more, but it is a good start, and to continue this classification, I will support. I think we should have considered some amendments to this bill in the Judiciary Committee, and that's why I voted against it in committee. But I've consistently supported extending this definition of fentanyl to include analogs, and I'll do it again when it comes to the floor. But that isn't enough. We can't stop the fentanyl crisis simply by repeating what we've been doing for the last 6 years. We've got to be innovative and thoughtful. Do you want to stop the cartels? There are lots of ways to do it. Sign me up for going after this terrorist organization, and it is a terrorist organization. But don't overlook the fact that we are complicit in arming these cartels with weaponry. 40% of the weapons that have been recovered in many raids in Mexico of the cartels, 40% of those weapons come from where? The United States of America. We are selling deadly weapons to these cartels that they are using to kill police and soldiers in Mexico. If this is truly a terrorist organization, and I believe it is, it should be treated as such. Let us put an end once and for all to Americans who are selling these high-powered weapons into Mexico and arming these cartels so that they can fight law enforcement in that country. That is inconsistent with the goal of ending fentanyl in the United States. It's a real test. The firearms industry is pretty powerful in Congress, but can we say once and for all that when it comes to fentanyl and Mexican cartels, we are not going to be the source of the arsenal for them to fight law enforcement around the world. We're going to stop that. We should do it and do it immediately. The second thing we ought to consider is that 80% of the fentanyl is coming through the internet. It may be coming over the border initially, but it gets to our kids and young people through the internet. So what are we going to do with those social media sources when it comes to the sale of drugs, and particularly drugs laced with fentanyl? Will they be held responsible? Not under current law. Section 230 of our federal law absolves them from any responsibility for misconduct in selling drugs over the internet, even fentanyl, and that has got to end. Section 230 may have made sense 10 or 20 years ago. It doesn't make any sense any longer. They have to be part of the solution to the problem with fentanyl. So it isn't just the analogs, and it isn't just the support of the Mexican cartels. We've got to get serious about social media as a source of selling drugs, and particularly drugs laced with fentanyl. They've got to be part of the solution. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I ask consent that the mandatory quorum call be waived.
Without objection.
I ask consent that the scheduled roll call vote begin immediately.
Without objection. By unanimous consent, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Troy Edgar to be Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is, in the sense of the Senate, that debate of the nomination of Troy Edgar of California to be Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory. Under the rule, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kem. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen.
Yes.
Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden,
Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Curtis, Haggerty, Husted, Justice, Langford, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Ricketts, Risch, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Booker, Coons, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Van Hollen. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Is- Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Miss Rosen, no. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Moreno, Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Miss Slotkin, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Miss Ernst, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Duckworth, Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Schumer, no.
Yeas are 53, nays are 43. Motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's that time again. I think I've given this speech 3 or 4 times in the last few years. This weekend, all of America and my constituents back in Alabama will spring forward to daylight savings time. And I'm working very hard to make this hopefully, possibly, the last time that we move our clocks. I recently joined my colleague, Senator Rick Scott, to reintroduce, for the 3rd time, the Sunshine Protection Act to make daylight savings time permanent at the federal level. Out of all the legislative efforts that I've been part of my 4 years here in Congress, the thing I hear about the most from my people in Alabama is their desire to lock the clock. Daylight savings time should be a thing of the past because it literally is a thing of the past. First introduced as a temporary measure during World War I, daylight savings time was originally called, quote, wartime. And it was a way to help conserve fuel during a very different time in this country. Following the end of World War I, in 1918, Standard Time Act was enacted that discontinued daylight savings time nationally, but individual states continued to spring forward and fall back. Then during World War II, there was a renewed federal push for full-time daylight savings time, which then was repealed in 1945. Finally, in 1966, Congress passed legislation to establish national standards for daylight savings time. All this to say, changes to our clock might have made sense when it first began many, many years ago. For one, the American workforce, work culture, and lifestyles are vastly different than they were 100 years ago. Plus, disruptive time change can have serious consequences on human health. Studies have suggested that the disruption of sleep patterns due to the time changes increases the risk of cardiovascular diseases and physical injuries. Northwestern Medicine found that the fallback and the spring forward are connected to a 6% spike in fatal car accidents and a 24% higher risk of heart attacks, as most people change their sleeping habits. Additionally, the long-term health effects linked to daylight savings time include weight gain, cluster headaches, and depression. The time switch in the fall increases seasonal affective disorder every single year. And a study published in 2017 found that the transition from daylight savings time to standard time increased the number of hospital visits for depression by 11%. By making daylight savings time permanent, Americans would enjoy more sunshine in the evenings. This is so important for many Americans who may not get a chance to get outside during the day. It would allow hardworking Americans to go on a run after work or enable dads to play with their kids outdoors, neighbors grill, and do things together outside. What a thought. Many studies have proven that extra sunlight in the evening can lead to improvements in mental health, physical fitness, economic growth, and well-being. As a founding member of the Senate Maha Caucus, I am very passionate about helping make Americans healthy again. An important part of this is making sure people get enough sleep and more sunlight. Did you know that vitamin D from the sun is linked to preventing many diseases, including cancer? It's true, and many Americans don't get nearly enough of vitamin D. especially those who work at desk jobs and are inside for most of the day, and that has increased since the invention of what we call the computer. Locking the clock is an important first step to helping Americans live healthier lives. It's a simple way we could positively impact the day-to-day life of all Americans. Our farmers are also greatly affected by daylight savings time, as additional sunshine during working hours means more time to work in the fields, which could translate into a more profitable bottom line for anybody that raises a crop. All you know, I'm all about helping our great farmers. More daylight in the evening could also decrease expensive energy consumption on farms by reducing the need for artificial lighting and heating. Back in the 1970s, we had an energy crisis. We kept daylight savings time because it saved millions and millions of gallons of fuel. Experts believe that time change twice a year costs the U.S. economy more than $434 million in lost productivity annually. It's clear the evidence points to one conclusion: make daylight savings time permanent. 19 states, including my state of Alabama, have already voted and passed legislation to make daylight savings time permanent. They just need Congress, which means us, to vote for it. If we vote for it, it changes, and we'd never have to move the clock again. President Trump has also expressed support for locking the clock. Congress should listen to the people and pass the Sunshine Protection Act to make daylight savings time permanent. The change would improve our health, strengthen our economy, and benefit our farmers. This is a no-brainer. It's time for America to move forward and stop falling back. I'm looking forward to working with my Senate colleagues to get it completely across the finish line, to lock the clock once and for all. I yield the floor. I notice the absence of a quorum.
Will the senator withhold?
Didn't see her.
Senator from Nevada.
I ask that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today to speak out against the harmful actions taken by the Trump administration and Elon Musk. What they're doing, it isn't about government efficiency. They're mass firing the men and women who help provide vital services that countless Nevadans rely on, from Medicaid to food assistance. And this is being felt in nearly every corner of our country. It's impacting our veterans who rely on the VA, our seniors who rely on Social Security and Medicare, our families who rely on Medicaid and CHIPS for their child's health care, and so many others. The actions taken by the Trump administration and Elon Musk, an unelected billionaire, are tearing at the fabric of American society. And this is no way to run a country, and the people in my state, they're being hurt in the process. And so today I want to focus on a specific aspect of the Trump firings, how it's impacting veterans, not just veterans across the country, but particularly those veterans in Nevada. Just yesterday, it was reported that Elon Musk and his Doge tech bros are planning to cut 80,000 employees from the Department of Veterans Affairs. 80,000. This is in addition to the 1,000 VA employees they've already laid off, which included people who staff the Veterans Crisis Hotline. And so maybe Mr. Musk and his team of, like I said, teeny bopper tech bros, they don't understand the magnitude of their actions. So let me explain to them what the VA does, what the VA means. The Department of Veterans Affairs provides critical health care to the men and women who were willing to sacrifice their very lives for our nation and for their families. It provides them with the benefits that they have earned and that they, frankly, deserve. It is quite literally the least that we can, as a nation, do for our veterans. Firing those employees who work at the VA will hurt our veterans, plain and simple. It will hurt veterans not only because they rely on the VA staff, but because many of those who work at the VA are themselves veterans. VA, the largest employer of veterans in this nation. And I've heard from so many Nevadans who are feeling the direct impact of these layoffs, and today I want to share a couple of stories with you. Mark Wagstaff, a Marine Corps veteran, a proud Marine Corps veteran. He currently lives in Las Vegas. He served our country honorably for 10 years. Even after his service in our military, Mark wanted to still help others, and he transitioned into civilian public service. That's why he recently started working as a lead supply technician at the VA in Las Vegas. He is proud of his work. He is dedicated to his mission, ensuring that all medical supplies were delivered to the veterans' clinics throughout Southern Nevada. And Mark, so proud of his job, so happy to be there, he did such a great job that he was promoted. When a position in administrative services in North Las Vegas opened up recently, well, he applied and he got the job. He was so happy. He's doing meaningful work as a veteran for the veterans. It meant everything to him. Sadly, this all changed after Donald Trump and Elon Musk started messing with the VA. On February 14th, the Valentine's Day present that Mark received from Elon Musk and President Trump was an email informing him that he no longer had a job. Despite receiving an outstanding performance review, despite his recent promotion, Mark was being told he was let go due to poor performance. By firing him in that way, they also immediately locked him out of all of his work accounts. That means he can't access his termination paperwork. It means he might not even receive his last paycheck. So I want everybody to think about that. Here's a veteran, put his life on the line, proudly serve our nation. He said, willing to risk everything for all of us, was fired in the most despicable of ways. And this is beyond shameful. Donald Trump and Elon Musk, who actually don't know a damn thing about service to our nation, should be ashamed. Should be ashamed on Valentine's Day, no less. But Mark is not the only one. Lily Stevenson, a devoted wife of a disabled veteran who lives in Las Vegas, was also impacted by these unjust layoffs at the VA. She worked at the Henderson Vet Center and recently received feedback in a performance review that indicated she was doing an outstanding job. For her, this job was more than just a paycheck. She could be working anywhere else and making more money, but she felt a calling to serve her veteran community, our veteran community, a calling that, like Mark, she had answered with passion and commitment. Despite this, again, on Valentine's Day, she received a termination notice, just like Mark. And this firing also falsely claims poor performance, which does not line up with the facts as Lily knows them. Lily and her husband, her veteran husband, rely on her income from her job at the VA as their source of income. But now, without a paycheck, she worries about her ability to continue to pay her bills and make ends meet. You know, many veterans already face significant challenges in accessing the care and the services that they need. Long wait times for medical appointments, overwhelmed but dedicated staff, and a system already stretched thin, that they have created barriers that delay essential care. And these layoffs, the Trump layoffs, they'll only worsen an already difficult situation. The loss of dedicated staff like Mark and Lily and so many others harms the ability of the VA to serve our veterans in a timely and effective, and I would say caring and compassionate manner. With these positions being eliminated, there'll be fewer hands to process claims, handle scheduling, and make sure that our veterans are getting the care and attention that they deserve. This is going to lead to even longer wait times for veterans, further delays in access to care, resulting in potentially worse health outcomes for our veterans. It is simply unconscionable that after years of sacrifice and service, that our veterans will suffer due to cuts being made by people like Elon Musk, who were never elected by the American people. So I urge this administration to take immediate action to halt and reverse these unnecessary and, frankly, unjust layoffs. We must always stand up for our veterans. We must always stand up for the workers who serve them. God bless our veterans. God bless our troops. I thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to bring attention to the cost-cutting efforts of President Trump and DOGE. A lot's been said about DOGE's work in the media in the last month. The truth is, DOGE is working tirelessly to cancel grants and funding that taxpayers absolutely should not be footing the bill for. I want the American people to know exactly what some of these ridiculous funding items are. So here's a few examples from the last couple of weeks. At NIH, DOGE identified these grants for cancellation this week and last. $532,000 to, quote, use a mouse model to investigate the effects of cross-sex testosterone treatment, end quote. $33,000 to test feminizing hormone therapy in the male rat. $120,000 for personalized 3D avatar tool development focused on gender identities. $160,000 for researching radicalized sexual discrimination among, quote, young sexual minority men of color, end quote. $241,000 for an intervention to promote healthy relationships among transgender and gender expansive youth. $1.3 million for transforming health for gender diverse young adults. DOGE also canceled grants at the Inter-American Foundation that included $903,811 for alpaca farming in Peru, $364,500 to reduce social discrimination of recyclers in Bolivia, $813,210 for vegetable gardens in El Salvador, $323,633 to promote cultural understanding of Venezuelan migrants in Brazil, $731,105 to improve marketability of mushrooms and peas in Guatemala, $677,342 to expand fruit and jam sales in Honduras, $483,345 to improve artisanal salt production in Ecuador, and $39,250 for beekeeping in Brazil. DOGE and EPA are cutting ridiculous grants funding at EPA, which includes the Vermont-based Institute for Sustainable Communities, which is yet to receive $12.4 million of the $16 million it was promised under two separate Biden-era grants to serve as the National Environmental Justice Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Center. Another group losing funding was the San Diego State University Foundation, which was tapped to help bring, quote, environmental justice, end quote, to, quote, underserved, tribal, indigenous, and Pacific Island communities, and is yet to receive $4.2 million of its $5.1 million in grants. DOGE is also looking to cut ridiculous DEI programs in the Department of Education. One grant was reportedly funding the training for teachers to, quote, engage in ongoing learning and self-reflection to confront their own biases and racism and develop asset-based anti-racist mindsets. Additionally, according to DOGE, 4.6 million government credit cards resulted in $40 billion in spending last year alone. President Trump and DOGE are saving your taxpayer dollars. Tune back next week for more updates. I yield back, Mr. President.
The senator from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, President Trump and Elon Musk and Secretary of Education Linda McMahon have declared war on public education in the United States, plain and simple. They outlined their anti-student, anti-family, anti-educator agenda in Project 2025. Trump vowed to dismantle the Department of Education last month from the Oval Office. So instead of nominating a Secretary of Education, he picked, and Senate Republicans confirmed, an executioner of public education. This administration is attempting to dismantle public education in the United States piece by piece. Well, Trump and Musk and McMahon are about to learn just how important federal educational funding is to every community in our country. The Department of Education guards the promise of opportunity for future generations. The department provides $18 billion a year in funding so that the poorest children in our country can receive the high-quality education to which they are entitled. The department provides $15 billion a year in funds and oversight to ensure that students with disabilities across our nation have meaningful access to quality education. It ensures that teachers are trained, that first-generation students have a chance to go to college, that English learners and rural students receive additional support. Trump and Musk and McMahon might talk about efficiency and dismantling the Department of Education, but we know that that's just code for cuts to educational funding for poor children, for disabled children all across our nation. They don't want to educate. They want to eliminate. They want to loot our country's future. Our students depend upon. Children are only 25% of our country, but they're 100% of our future. And we have to invest in that future, invest in those children. Why? Because ultimately, they want to loot the Department of Education for tens of billions of dollars in order to pay for tax breaks for billionaires and millionaires like Elon Musk. That's what it's all about. So just last year, the Department of Education provided more than $720 million to support K through 12 education in Massachusetts alone. And every community across our country receives that funding from the Department of Education. So why do Trump and Musk and McMahon think they will pick up the bill for their cruel and callous cuts? Who do they think is going to pick up the tab? We know who's going to pick up the tab. It's going to be poor communities. It's going to be families with disabled children. That's who's going to pick up the tab. And why are they doing it? To get the money from those poor families, get the money from those families with kids with disabilities to fund tax breaks for billionaires and millionaires. That's what it's all about. It's cruel, it's callous, but it's all about those cuts to education. And I'm hearing from communities who have no idea how they will keep the lights on if this federal funding disappears. I'm hearing from teachers and educators and families who are terrified that if the teachers are laid off, that their students will not receive the services they need. I'm hearing from parents of those who need this educational funding. They need to ensure that those programs are there. But at the end of the day, we know what it's all about. It's to get that funding so that they can then voucherize the public school system, take the money from the public schools and put it over in vouchers, and private companies will begin to benefit from all of that funding, and the remainder will just go to the billionaires for their tax breaks. And Trump and Musk and McMahon's evil plan to lock the promise of education behind an ivory tower accessible only to those born into the right circumstances, it's just wrong. It's just plain wrong. Massachusetts is the birthplace of public education. We are the top performer in the country in math and reading because we invest in students, educators, schools, and communities. We do not believe in draconian cuts or in fueling discrimination in schools. Over the Boston Public Library, the inscription reads, "The Commonwealth requires the education of the people as the safeguard of order and liberty." While Trump tries to destroy order and liberty in this country, we will fight to protect the education of the people. You want to fight President Trump? You want to fight Secretary McMahon? You got to fight. You are not going to be allowed to dismantle the Department of Education, because with that, you would be dismantling the hope that every family has that their child may fully realize the American dream. With that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas is recognized.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
No, we're not.
Mr. President, I was glad to see President Zelensky clearly express his gratitude to President Trump and the American taxpayer for our support for the country of Ukraine over the last 3 years. There's been much discussion in international communities and here at home on the war between Russia, which has now been going on for 3 long years. It has cost hundreds of thousands of lives on both sides, with millions of people displaced as a result of the war. Through it all, the Ukrainian people have demonstrated extraordinary courage and resilience. But one thing is clear: it's time for the war in Ukraine to end. President Trump is right. But the more difficult question is how? Years ago, I recall General David Petraeus, the leader of our military and Central Command in heading up our efforts in Iraq and Afghanistan, was asked the question, how does the war end? And he said, you tell me how the war ends. Wars are easy to start and hard to conclude. This is the most difficult question of all. How does it end? We should all be grateful to President Trump for taking on the difficult but essential task of brokering a peace agreement to end this devastating war. During the contentious meeting at the Oval Office last week, President Trump commented that he hoped to be known and recognized as a peacemaker. Well, this would be no small feat, but it is the right position to take. It's not hard to look at this incredible devastation, the massive casualties, the human misery and suffering of the last 3 years and understand that it's time for the bloodshed to end. But it will take both sides, Ukraine and Russia, to accomplish this goal. Ukraine cannot do it on its own. President Trump was correct to point out to President Zelensky last week during this high-intensity meeting in the Oval Office, he said, I have to align myself with both of you in order to make a deal. President Trump's skill at making deals is famous, but this would be the crowning achievement of his life if he's able to make this happen. But the point is, in order to achieve a lasting peace, both sides of the conflict must be willing to sit down and negotiate and make concessions, no matter how hard that is. I'm glad to see that President Zelensky has indicated a willingness for Ukraine to do so in part through a critical minerals arrangement with the United States government. Such a deal would compensate the United States and its taxpayers for our many years of military and economic support for Ukraine. And it would actually be a vested interest that the United States would have every reason to want to protect in the future. And some have called that an implicit security arrangement. Perhaps most importantly, though, in order to ensure a lasting peace, there must be some real and tangible and enforceable security assurances for Ukraine. But to put this in proper context, we have to consider history, the events that led us up to this point. In 1994, the United States, Russia, and Britain signed something called the Budapest Memorandum. This was shortly after the fall of the Soviet Union, and as the Soviet Union broke up, it turned out that Ukraine, which was formerly part of the Soviet Union, had the third largest nuclear weapons stockpile in the world. The Budapest Memorandum was an agreement between the United States, the United Kingdom, and Russia that if Ukraine would give up its nuclear weapons, then its territorial integrity and independence would be preserved and respected. This was a historic point in world history. It was an important step toward nuclear non-proliferation and prevented the rise of a major third nuclear power in Eastern Europe. But unfortunately, Russia proceeded to violate that same agreement in 2014 with the annexation of the Crimean Peninsula, and then, as we know, the Russian government, led by Mr. Putin, violated that agreement a second time in February 2022 with its invasion of Ukraine. If Russia was unwilling to honor the commitments it made in the Budapest Memorandum in 1994 by its invasion of Crimea in 2014 and its invasion of Ukraine as a nation in 2022, how can Ukraine be assured that Russia will honor a peace agreement brokered in 2025? That perhaps is the single most important question that we need to ask. Given the history and pattern of behavior by Russia, if Zelensky does not receive adequate security assurances, will this incentivize him to do other things to protect and preserve his nation? For example, to reacquire a nuclear weapons program. Against an existential threat, we know that President Zelensky himself has floated this as a possibility. And more recently, the newly elected Chancellor of Germany had suggested that both Germany and the United Kingdom would share, perhaps, their nuclear weapons capabilities with Ukraine, which would be a dramatic and dangerous development. But this is not all. We have to keep in mind that both President Zelensky and President Putin are not fighting this war in some sort of vacuum. Allies of the United States and adversaries alike around the world are watching. Will our actions in Ukraine suggest to allies in South Korea, for example, that they should pursue their own nuclear weapon capability, especially in light of the North Korean nuclear program, which receives Russian assistance? Will more citizens of Taiwan cast their vote for representatives pushing closer alignment with the People's Republic of China as the most prudent way for their people to maintain and a guarantee against a catastrophic war in the Indo-Pacific? Seeing that unanswered aggression is awarded, would President Xi be emboldened to seize Taiwan, as he has made clear he intends to do one way or the other? These are just a few of the unintended consequences that could play out depending on how these peace negotiations transpire and how they develop. We, the duly elected representatives of the American people, must ask ourselves, will a world of unreliable security assurances, of greater prospects of nuclear proliferation, of insufficient deterrence in the face of unprovoked aggression result in a safer world? for our children and grandchildren. Well, given these difficult but necessary questions, I would once again applaud President Trump for taking the initiative of embracing peace through strength. His approach is a correct one, and he is right that an important piece of this is for our NATO allies, who in fact live in Europe, where Ukraine's located, need to increase their contribution to our collective security under the North Atlantic Treaty Alliance. Through strength, we can guarantee peace both in Europe and around the world. The suffering resulting from the Russian invasion of Ukraine on two occasions, 2014 and 2022, has been devastating, not only for Ukrainians, but also for Russians as well, who've lost hundreds of thousands of casualties in the process. President Trump pointed out during their meeting with President Zelensky that both sides are losing 2,000 soldiers a week. As we sit here and talk, people are being shot and dying in the battlefield. What President Trump is doing to secure peace in this dangerous world is an act of moral leadership, and I believe divinely inspired. Jesus said in the Beatitudes, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called sons of God." If President Trump is successful in securing a lasting peace, I, for one, think he will have earned the Nobel Peace Prize. As President Zelensky himself said in the Oval Office, he said, if President Trump can bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall. Of course, referring to the walls of the Oval Office that have the pictures of historic American presidents who've done great and important things. It's my sincere hope that President Zelensky and President Putin will both accept the olive branch offered by President Trump by coming to the table and by making the necessary enforceable concessions to ensure a lasting peace. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Sorry. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
President Pro Tem and the senior senator from Iowa is
I
recognized.
ask that the calling of the quorum be suspended.
Without objection.
Okay. Last week, I led my colleagues in reporting a bill that's entitled the HALT Fentanyl Act. This bill was reported out of the Senate Judiciary Committee. This is a battle-tested bipartisan bill that passed the House of Representatives with a super majority of votes, including 98 Democrats voting in favor of the bill. If you've been involved with this issue over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, you'd know that bipartisan fentanyl legislation has been hard to come by. But I'm pleased to see that this bill has 7 Democrat co-sponsors here in the Senate and had nearly half the Democrats in my committee vote in favor of it. So we should thank, and I want to thank, all my Democrat colleagues for working with us on such a vital piece of legislation. I think you all know the statistics. About 70,000 of the 100,000 people that die of drug overdose are dying because of fentanyl. The HALT Fentanyl Act does 3 things. First, it makes permanent the class scheduling of fentanyl-related substances. This is the same class-wide scheduling that occurred during the first Trump administration and has been continued 9 times by Congresses on a short-term basis. So this legislation would eliminate that from time to time scheduling of fentanyl analogs, and that's why permanent legislation is so important. Second, the bill confirms the sentencing penalties the federal courts have long applied to fentanyl-related substances. And thirdly, the bill creates a streamlined registration process for studying Schedule I controlled substances. Class-wide scheduling has been a successful policy. It has been a success in stopping the creation of fentanyl-related substances that would have otherwise killed countless Americans. If you don't believe me, I'd like to have you listen to Dr. Tim Westlake. Dr. Westlake is the inventor of the class-wide scheduling system that the DEA adopted. He came before my committee and testified, quote, "These efforts have resulted in shutting down the creation and flow and the very existence of new fentanyl-related substances into the United States. It's why Congress must act to finally make permanent this temporary policy," end quote. I began by saying that fentanyl is bipartisan legislation, has been very hard to come by. I'm proud to lead the HALT Fentanyl Act with Senators Heinrich and Cassidy. That's 1 Democrat and 1 Republican. Our bill has the support of the leading law enforcement organizations. These 12 organizations have called on us here in the Congress to, quote, "advance this critical legislation without delay or modification," end quote. Our bill also has the support of an organization called Facing Fentanyl. That's a coalition supported by over 200 family groups impacted by fentanyl. They, quote, stand in full support of Halt Fentanyl Act as it is currently written without amendments, end of quote. I've also received over 100 individual letters from parents who have lost their children to fentanyl poisoning. Our bill also has the support of the medical community. The Halt Fentanyl Act is truly bipartisan compromise, bringing together stakeholders and members from across the spectrum. During the last 4 years, Senate Democrats couldn't be bothered to bring this bill or any other permanent legislation to schedule fentanyl to the floor for a vote, and that was the situation even after HALT passed the House with 74 Democrats voting in favor, and even with the Biden administration coming out in support of the bill, all taking place in the last Congress. So, the time has surely come. This is long overdue legislation, and I urge my colleagues to move to and support this bill. If we can't come together to pass this battle-tested bipartisan legislation, then we will have failed the American people and made the environment for even more people to die of drug overdose and fentanyl poisoning. We owe it to the hundreds of thousands of families who have lost loved ones to this very poison. We owe it to our constituents. It's time that we found the will to act. And now is that time to act. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll, please.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Oklahoma is recognized.
I ask for the quorum call to be set aside.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum calls with respect to the cloture votes on the Chavez de Rimmer nomination and motion to proceed to calendar number 18 S331 be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I ask that we move to begin the vote right now.
Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination.
As for the yeas and nays?
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Rono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Crapo, Curtis, Graham, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Langford, Lee, Paul, Peters, Scott of South Carolina, Tillis, Tuberville, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Duckworth, Heinrich, Kane, Lujan, Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. King, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Coons, no. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 43. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Lori Chavez DeRemer of Oregon to be Secretary of Labor, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on a nomination of Lori Chavez DeRemer of Oregon to be Secretary of Labor shall be brought to a close? Then yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. I got you. Thank you. Booker. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton.
You just freaked us all out. You're typically pretty good about it.
You're nine?
I take my duties.
Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray. Thank you. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Ernst, Fisher, Gallego, Grassley, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hoeven, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, McConnell, Marino, Mullen, Ossoff, Rosen, Rounds, Schiff, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Warner, Whitehouse, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Lee, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Mr. Tuberville, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Durbin, Gillibrand, Kim, King, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Paul, Reed, Van Hollen, Warren, and Welch. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. That's correct. That's correct. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Duckworth, no.
Did you really read it twice? Yeah.
Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Britt? Aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Thanks.
Hey, Brian,
Mr. Moran,
the next vote.
aye.
Are you getting closer?
Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. No, you're at 61. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Just give me 1 second, please. Mr. Tillis, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 66, the nays are 30. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of Labor, Lori Chavez DeReamer of Oregon to be secretary.
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to legislative session and resume consideration of the motion to proceed to S-331, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 18, S-331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 18, S-331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S-331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes shall be brought to a close? Then yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Mrs. Markowski, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Banks, Barrasso, Bennett, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cantwell, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cotton, Curtis, Daines, Durbin, Ernst, Fisher, Gallego, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Lee, Lujan, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Ossoff, Hall, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Sanders, Schmidt, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sheehy, Smith, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Hirono, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Schiff, Warnock, Warren, Welch. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye.
What's the first one? 170?
Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Cappuccio, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 82, the nays are 12, 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn. Having voted in the affirmative, the motion is agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Connecticut.
are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, I'm a big Boston Red Sox fan, and one of the most famous players in Red Sox recent history is Manny Ramirez. Manny Ramirez was a good baseball player, but he had a habit of doing some pretty ridiculous things on the field and off the field that were really detrimental to the team. Some really bizarre on-field behavior, cutting off throws from other outfielders before they got to the infield, bizarre off-the-field behavior that disrupted the team. It became so regular that a phrase was adopted amongst the Red Sox fans. That's just Manny being Manny. And over the years, it just was accepted that every year Manny Ramirez was going to do a whole bunch of stuff that was really detrimental to the team. And over time, it just kind of became accepted that that was a fact of life, a way of life with Manny Ramirez. And as time went on, people reacted less hostily. It barely got noticed in some cases when he was engaged in these detrimental forms of conduct. And I tell that story because it stands for, a kind of universal concept. When bad behavior gets normalized, it no longer feels like bad behavior, even if that behavior is hurting people. Today, the world is littered with corrupt governments, governments where the leaders and the really rich men who surround the leaders, the oligarchs, they steal from people. That's what they do. The leaders and the leaders' friends just keep a hand constantly in the government treasury, and they steal taxpayer dollars. They rig the rules of the economy in order to make themselves fabulously rich. They hurt the citizens of those countries. Vladimir Putin, for instance, has never had a job outside of government, but he's reportedly worth $200 billion. One of his many houses cost $1.4 billion to build. Supposedly, the landscaping costs on an annual basis for that house are $2 million alone. That $1.4 billion house was paid for by money he stole from the Russian treasury. In other words, he stole it from the Russian people. Putin and his friends have been doing it for so long and doing it so openly and brazenly. Putin, for instance, wears a watch that retails for $500,000, for $500,000, even though his official salary is only $140,000. They've been doing this so openly and brazenly, they're so public in their corruption in Russia, that it's just accepted. It's just mainstream, the fact that Putin and his cronies steal from the Russian people. That's what's happening in America today. And it's heartbreaking for me to say this. But in the first 6 months of the Trump presidency, Trump and Elon Musk and their billionaire friends have engaged in a stunning rampage of open public corruption. It's not fundamentally different than what happened in Russia. These are efforts to steal from the American people to enrich themselves. And their strategy is to do it all out in the open, to do it at such a dizzying pace that the country just gets overwhelmed or anesthetized or dulled into a sense that we just all have to accept the corruption, or maybe more charitably, that this is just how government works, that government is just corrupt, and so the fact that it's happening out in the open instead of happening secretly, well, it's really nothing new. But this is not how government works. The things that have happened over the last 6 weeks are unprecedented. The president and his billionaire friends are not supposed to steal from us. They are not supposed to use their power and their access to power, their access to government levers, to rig the rules to enrich themselves. That has always been wrong. It is still wrong. And we do not have to accept this. And so in the next few minutes, I want to try out an exercise. I want to try to lay out for you, as quickly as I can, just some of the most significant instances of blatantly corrupt activity that's happened in just the first 6 weeks of Trump's presidency. When you see it all together, there is no way to avoid a simple conclusion. This White House is on its way to being the most corrupt in the history of the country. And just because they are doing it out in the open for everybody to see doesn't mean that it's not corrupt. And my hope is that if you see it all in one place, the gravity of this moment may hit you. My hope is that my colleagues and the public choose not to normalize a president or his advisors using the Oval Office as a blunt mechanism to make themselves even wealthier. It is our decision to have zero tolerance for corruption. It's also our decision to just decide to become a place like Russia, where our leaders are allowed to routinely steal from us. So this is a heartbreakingly long list. This is just 20 or so examples of corrupt behavior in the first 6 weeks of the Trump presidency. So here it goes. We're going to start on January 17th. On January 17th, Trump launches the meme coin. This is maybe the most corrupt of all the acts, because what is the meme coin? The meme coin is essentially a mechanism by which Russian oligarchs or corporate CEOs can literally send money privately directly to Donald Trump. Nobody knows who buys the meme coin, but Trump makes money when people buy it. And so it is just an open sewer valve that allows for anybody who is trying to influence the Trump administration to be able to secretly funnel money to Donald Trump. He reserves 80% of the coin. He waits to release that coin until the price jumps back up again, which essentially means he's waiting for people who want favors from him to buy a bunch of the coin to inflate the value so that he releases more and makes more money. It's a disgusting kind of corruption, because this is essentially Trump just posting his Venmo for anybody secretly to wire him as much money as they want. We've never seen something like this before, where anybody who has anything to gain from the Trump administration through a manipulation of the value of Trump's meme coin can funnel money directly to the president, whisper in his ear, "That was me. That was me that purchased all that coin, that jumped up the value, that allowed you to release new coin. Hey, take care of me on the back end." On January 20th, when he's sworn in, he institutes his new energy agenda. Now, open reporting suggested that during the campaign, he met with the oil and gas industry, and they cut a deal in which the oil and gas industry would give him $1 billion of campaign contributions in order to receive favorable treatment when Trump was sworn in. And guess what happens on January 20th? Trump unveils his energy strategy. And what does it do? It preferences oil and gas, and it punishes oil and gas's competitors. It, for instance, freezes all permits on wind projects, both for the land and the sea. It undercuts permitting processes, not for oil and gas, but for oil and gas's competitors. Oil and gas got exactly what they asked for. They gave a campaign contribution, and they got the favorable treatment. 5 days later, Trump fires 17 inspectors general. What do inspectors general do? They look for corruption inside of these agencies. What do? If you are trying to engage in corruption, if you are trying to steal from the American people, you fire the inspectors general. 2 days later, on January 27th, Trump fires Gwen Wilcox from the NLRB. This is the National Labor Relations Board. When she's fired, the National Labor Relations Board cannot function any longer. Why does this matter? Because the person that has been put in charge of reviewing the hirings and firings of these agencies is Elon Musk, who, by the way, has lots of cases before the NLRB. So do the people that are standing behind Trump during the inauguration. Almost all of them have active cases before the NLRB. The billionaires supporting Donald Trump now don't have to worry about the NLRB, because on January 27th, the NLRB is rendered powerlessness. 3 days later, on January 30th, Trump awards more than $800,000 worth of stock to several of the board members of the Trump Media and Technology Group. This is the publicly traded company behind his social media platforms. So now his cabinet members, people like Kash Patel and Linda McMahon, are owning equity in Trump's media platform, equity that can be cashed out, sold to people who want to buy them out of their interest at any time. Those people who might want to buy them out, cabinet members, could be individuals with issues before the Department of Education, before the FBI. Yet another avenue in which people who have influence, who want to gain influence inside the Trump administration, have a conduit to be able to move cash from their pocketbooks, from their treasury, from their bank accounts, into the bank accounts of Trump cabinet members. Shortly thereafter, we start to see the weaponization of the DOJ. On February 23rd, a civil complaint from DOJ that had been pending against SpaceX, Elon Musk's signature company, is dropped. 8 days later, the DOJ drops a case against a Republican congressman. On February 19th, 2 or 3 weeks later, the DOJ opens up something called Operation Whirlwind, which seeks to target anyone who dares try to obstruct or criticize the work of Elon Musk and Doge. Over the course of the first few weeks, the DOJ is turned into an entity that drops cases against those who are loyal to Donald Trump and pursues aggressively investigations against those who are trying to criticize Donald Trump. On February 1st, Trump fires the director of the CFPB and announces plans to shutter the Consumer Financial Protection Board. Again, very much like the NLRB, this is an agency that was, at the moment that it was rendered powerless, investigating Elon Musk and many of the biggest financial backers of Donald Trump. So once again, those that have access to Donald Trump, the billionaires that are close to him, now don't have to worry about labor violations being investigated by the NLRB. Now they don't have to worry about consumer protection actions being taken against them by the CFPB. On February 4th, there is the first of 2 extraordinary meetings in the White House in which Donald Trump convenes his business partners, the Saudi Golf League and the PGA, to try to negotiate a solution to the dispute between those 2 golf leagues. Why? Because Trump has a business interest in that dispute being resolved. The Saudi Golf League plays tournaments at Trump's courses in the United States. And so if the White House, using its official power, can try to negotiate a settlement between those 2 groups, Trump stands to make money. On February 6th, something absolutely stunning happens. Pam Bondi, the AG, issues a memorandum in which she proposes to dull the criminal enforcement of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. If you are representing a foreign government before the United States, you have to register so that we know if you are acting on behalf of American interests or you are acting on behalf of foreign interests. In the prior Trump administration, Trump officials got in big trouble for secretly working for and getting paid by foreign governments without registering. Well, what does Trump announce? That they are going to limit the applicability of the enforcement of that statute, making it much easier for Trump's friends, for his MAGA crowd, for the people who show up to Mar-a-Lago, to get paid quietly by foreign governments in order to influence Donald Trump. On February 10th, maybe aside from the meme coin, the most stunning act of corruption, the Eric Adams quid pro quo, in which Eric Adams, indicted for corruption, is let off the hook. His charges are dismissed in exchange for the mayor's pledge of political loyalty to Donald Trump. They literally went on TV and announced the deal. that we're getting rid of the charges against Eric Adams as long as the mayor pledges political loyalty to the president. That was so corrupt that 6 or 7 DOJ officials resigned because they refused to withdraw those charges. But the deal went through because the 7th or the 8th or the 9th official finally filed the withdrawal. And now in America, it is 100% clear that if you want to get away with corruption, if you want to steal from your constituents and you're an elected official in this country, all you have to do is just sign up for political loyalty with Donald Trump, and he will instruct the Department of Justice to let you get away with it. On February 10th, Donald Trump directs the DOJ to pause enforcement of U.S. laws that prohibit companies from paying bribes overseas. Come on. Like, come on. He instructs the DOJ to pause enforcement of U.S. laws that prohibit companies to pay bribes overseas. Here's an example. Goldman Sachs was engaged in outright bribery. They were paying bribes to Malaysian officials so that they could get a contract to manage the resources of the Malaysian Sovereign Wealth Fund. American companies should not be overseas bribing foreign governments. That compromises America's reputation and America's national security. But now we are going to pause enforcement of the laws that stop American companies from bribing foreign governments because corruption is now being normalized. This is what you do if you want to normalize corruption, is that you make it legal for American companies to engage in corruption overseas. That makes it easier for Trump to get away with corruption here. 2 days later, on February 12th, the announcement comes out that the State Department is going to buy $400 million of armored Teslas. Okay, so now it's getting even more blatant. It's getting even more brazen. The State Department is just going to buy a whole bunch of product from Elon Musk, product that they were not previously scheduled to buy. It is true that the Biden administration had a blueprint that was going to buy some electric vehicles, but it was around $483,000 worth of vehicles. Trump revises that blueprint of spending so that now the federal government is going to spend $400 million on armored Teslas from Elon Musk. Let's see. That's February 12th. That same day, Elon Musk's people infiltrate the Department of Labor, and reporting suggests that during that infiltration, Elon Musk's personal representatives get access to enforcement information at OSHA, not only against Elon Musk's companies, and by the way, SpaceX has an employee injury rate that is 9 times higher than the industry average, but also workplace safety violations against Elon Musk's competitors. Here's the message. If you are close to Donald Trump personally, if you support him politically, you can get secret access to enforcement data against your country, against your companies, and your company's competitors. That's what happens on February 12th. 3 days later, there's some suspicious firings at the FDA, again related to Elon Musk's personal financial interests. Elon Musk owns a medical device company called Neuralink. It is currently being reviewed by the FDA, and guess what? On February 15th and 16th, all over a weekend, there are 20 people fired from the FDA's Office of Neurological and Physical Medicine Devices. Fired by DOJ, run by Elon Musk. Clear message. You're going to get fired if you aren't on the right side of Elon Musk's application. Now, whether that was explicit or not, if the guy who is firing you has a pending application before your department, aren't you going to think twice? Aren't you going to think twice about ruling against his interests? This is why this is all unprecedented. Again, this feels normal because it's been happening every day, but never before in American history have we allowed someone who has a pending application for approval of a medicine or a medical device to be able to personally decide who gets hired and who gets fired at the regulatory agency making the decision over that medical device. But now this stuff is happening every day because on February 15th as well, that same weekend, there's an announcement that the FDA cuts are going to be even deeper, perhaps as big as 50%. That means that hundreds of drugs and devices won't get approved at the FDA. And you know who benefits from that? The folks that are selling the snake oil products. And guess who's selling the snake oil products? The people who work for Donald Trump, selling Vita gummy scams. The director of the FBI is selling vaccine reversal pills. When the FDA gets gutted, it's the people who sell those unregulated products who stand to gain. On February 19th, 4 days later, we find out that the IRS is going to be cut by 7,000 people. And the biggest chunk of the folks who are going to be laid off are the people who do the audits of the billionaires and the millionaires and the corporations. And so once again, Elon Musk and the people standing behind Donald Trump on Inauguration Day are going to get off because the IRS just had its enforcement powers, its audit powers, absolutely gutted. That same day, on February 19th, you start to receive word that advertising on Elon Musk's platform is starting to grow again. And the reporting on February 19th indicates that American companies have come to the collective decision that they need to keep advertising on Elon Musk's platform because Elon Musk has so much regulatory power inside the federal government. That they need to make sure that they're paying Musk through Twitter and through X so that if they ultimately need something from the federal government, they can get it. This, again, is why we have never, ever in the history of this country allowed for the richest man in the world, somebody who controls major companies, to also have an official position inside the government. Because of course, it opens up these clear avenues where people are going to do business with him privately to try to curry favor with him publicly. I'm not done. It just keeps going. The next day, on February 20th, the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices monthly meeting is canceled and not rescheduled. And so we were very worried that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who makes money off of his attacks on vaccines, would continue those attacks when he took over HHS. Because if faith in vaccines continues to plummet, it is very likely that RFK Jr. will make money. Why? Because the not-for-profit that he will likely return to, the company that he will return to after he leaves, makes money as vaccine misinformation spreads. And he also continues to collect fees for referring cases to a company that handles claims of personal injury due to vaccines. And so when the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is canceled, it is a clear indication that, yes, this campaign of assault on vaccines is going to continue, which, not surprisingly, is likely to make RFK Jr. even more money. On February 26th, we see Trump's MAGA hats that are for sale on his website displayed in the Oval Office. And it's just a reminder that so many people inside Trump's universe continue to sell merchandise on the side in order to make money. Donald Trump has always done this, and we've just kind of accepted it, even though it is a kind of corruption in and of itself. But Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, is still selling cash-branded merchandise, even while he's going to run the FBI. Elon Musk and others are selling Doge merchandise. So as they trumpet their brand inside the government, they're making money off their brand outside of the government. On February 26th, maybe the third most significant of brazen corruption happens, news breaks that Elon Musk is just going to have the FAA cancel a contract with Verizon that has been in the works for years and instead just substitute in Starlink for Verizon. Just extraordinary that this is happening in plain view of everybody. Elon Musk takes his private company, uses his access to government to just shove out of the way his competitors and instead insert himself and his company. Again, we've never seen this ever before in American history, and now it's happening on a daily basis. And now we get to this week. This week, Wired reports that guests are paying millions of dollars to dine with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and business leaders are being targeted with advertisements that sell access to a one-on-one meeting with the President of the United States for $5 million. Come on. Like, seriously. There's advertisements that say if you're a business CEO and you pay $5 million to Donald Trump, you can get a meeting with him. Like, this isn't okay. And yet, because it happens every single day, they're asking for us to pretend that this is normal. This is just 6 weeks. It's just 6 weeks. And the last thing on the list is an offer to meet with the president for $1 million or $5 million. If any previous president had sent out an advertisement suggesting that you could meet with them for a payment to them of $1 million to $5 million, in and of itself, we would deem that to be unacceptable. But Donald Trump and Elon Musk believe that because they have arranged this dizzying pace of corruption in which not a day goes by in which something doesn't happen inside our government, in which Elon Musk or Donald Trump use their power in order to rig the rules to enrich themselves, that we are all going to feel that it's normal. This is how democracies die. Democracies die when the very powerful people steal from us so regularly, so openly, so unapologetically, that we come to believe that it's normal. And listen, I understand that many Americans may think that all of this stuff just used to happen quietly. And the only difference is that Trump and Musk are just putting it all out in the open. And I'm not saying that there haven't been instances of corruption. Democrats and Republicans in this body have been accused of and convicted of acts of corruption. It has been a fact of life in American politics for a long time. But never before has the corruption happened this openly or this frequently. And so I lay it all out for you this afternoon in the hopes that it is not too late for us to decide to stand up as a body and as a nation to say that this isn't okay. The Trump meme coin is not okay. It's not okay for people who have interests before the federal government to be able to anonymously funnel money to the President of the United States. It's not okay for Elon Musk to have access to Department of Labor enforcement data against him or his competitors that nobody else gets access to. It's not okay to just cancel contracts that were going to Musk's competitors and substitute in his own business just because he has the ability to do it as a friend of Donald Trump. Like, the rule of law matters. Doing things by the rules matter. This level of corruption was not occurring behind the scenes prior. It is not just that the cover got pulled off of it all. And it's our decision as a body and as a country to decide not to normalize this scale of corruption. I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 26.
The question is on the motion to proceed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Transportation, Stephen Bradbury of Virginia to be Deputy Secretary.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Stephen Bradbury of Virginia to be Deputy Secretary of Transportation, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion to proceed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 28.
Question is on the motion to proceed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Abigail Slater of the District of Columbia to be an Assistant Attorney General.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Abigail Slater of the District of Columbia to be an Assistant Attorney General, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session for a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of SRS 117 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 117, providing for members on the part of the Senate of the Joint Committee on Printing and the Joint Committee of Congress on the Library.
Is there objection to the proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to consideration of SRS 118, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 118, designating March 6, 2025 as National Slam the Scam Day, and so forth.
Mr. President, I ask,
Is there objection to the proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
And I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination. The nomination on the Secretary's desk is in the Coast Guard, that the nomination be confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to the nomination, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, March 10th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, the Senate proceed to executive session, resume consideration of executive calendar number 29, the Chavez DeRemer nomination. Further, that the Senate can vote on confirmation of the nomination at 5:30 p.m. Further, following disposition of the Chavez DeRemer nomination, the Senate resume legislative session, resume consideration of the motion to proceed to calendar number 18, S331, and the Senate vote on adoption of the motion. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Monday's session of the Senate, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned till 3 p.m. on Monday.